Hello to everyone gathered in Bangalore. I wish I could be there in person. I will actually be soon in India, but I couldn't arrive at this time. But I am so thrilled to welcome you all to this AI Leadership Forum. My deepest thanks to Falgun for hosting us and to Vamsi, Palak, Colette, and Mohan for making this happen. This is our Kellogg Global Community in action. Kellogg
Hello.
Hello. Check, 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 check. check, check. Hey friends. Hi everyone. Hi everyone. Hey friends, please start taking your seats. We're gonna start in just 1-2 minutes. Hello, hello. Yeah. Hello, hello. Check, check. Good evening, everyone. Hello. Please start taking your seats, please. We're already running a little late. I know the conversations are very nice. You guys are going to have the conversations after the event as well. So we have more things planned for conversations. Hello. Just 1-2 minutes. We're going to start the event. Guys, please take seats. Please. We got to start the event. Please take your seats. Guys, please get onto your seats. Please. All right, good evening, everyone. Hello. How is everyone doing? Some interesting conversations would have happened already. I'm sure that there are some more to do, some more to go. After this event, you all gonna have something, much more interesting too. So let's start this evening. First of all, thanks a lot to everyone taking your time on Wednesday evening, working day, and to be here. There is a reason why we are all here. First, I'll try to give a very quick story about it. So we have every year our professor Mohanbir Sahani, he comes with a class of 30 plus students on a trip to India. It's called as Tech Ventures India. So that provides all the participants of the students in order to give the entire growth landscape of India, how it is coming over, how India is being developed, so on and so forth. On that note, professor takes the students to Delhi and Bangalore, and he gets to have the students understand, meeting from VCs to edtech companies to large organizations to aerospace, you name it. It is all happening. So on that note, every year professor comes with the students, and this year we started thinking like, why can't we have assembled in this very similar community where the audience are very similar. Many of us have been sharing the growth story of India. So for this, we are all getting assembled over here. Welcome once again, everyone. So before we start this event, I would try to say something like, 3 things normally doesn't sleep. Because there are a lot of guys from B schools as well. So one is AI. Second one are startup founders. The third one is my MBA loan interest. So this, at least today, we are going to kick out 2 of them. So I would love to welcome the director of the program, who's also coming along with Professor Colette. I would like to invite Colette onto the dais. Please give a round of applause.
Thank you so much, Wamsi, and thank you all for coming out tonight. So this event, we actually started talking about it a year ago. So I was here a year ago with my executive MBA students, as we have been for the past 10 years, and they wanted to put together an alumni event. And in India, it always seems impossible until it happens. So with very short notice, they put together a beautiful event. Great energy, we had good attendance, but it wasn't good enough. They said, at the end, we can do better, we can do more. So next year, we're going to expand this, and every year, it's going to get better. And I have to say that they have accomplished that. So we owe 3 people a debt of gratitude. One is Palak Thakur, who is joining from Chicago. Palak, if you're there, we miss you, wish you were here. But Falgun and Wamsi, if you'll come up, I have a small gift for you to thank you for this. Thank you so much. So good to see you. All right. Thank you, and we look forward to next year. Bigger, 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 always. So now I have been tasked with introducing someone that certainly needs no introduction. I think every person in this room knows him, and it's probably a large part of the reason why you're here tonight. So Mohan Sawhney, globally recognized. Yes, here we go. He's a scholar, he's an author, he's a consultant. He has written 7 management books and dozens of articles published in all the best academic journals. In fact, a case study of his just last week won the award for the most taught case study in the world by marketing professors. He's also designed over 15 executive MBA or executive education courses online. They have had over 35,000 participants from 118 countries. So his energy knows no bounds. He is a graduate of IIT Delhi, IIM Calcutta, and he's received distinguished awards from the Alumni Association for both. And he's a PhD from Wharton in marketing. So as impressive as all of that is, I don't think that's the most impressive thing about Mohan. I've been working with him now for 10 years on this course. I've gotten to know him so well. And the amazing thing is how he opens his network and his heart to all of us for this elective. I feel like we get to see India through his eyes. And I will say every year this course is different. The content evolves. Everything is very, very current, very, very relevant. He puts himself, heart and soul, into this. And so every year I wait until things are going very well, and then I asked him to sign up for next year. So I'll be doing that soon. But I'll invite Mohan to the stage and thank him for all you do for Kellogg and all you do for this program.
Thank you, Colette, and good evening, everybody. Good evening. So, nothing gives us greater pleasure than meeting up with our alums and meeting up with the alums of other business schools. I think just being able to convene this sort of a group is a real pleasure. So, great to be back. So, I've been talking about various subjects related to AI in Bangalore, and seems like every day I'm doing some sort of keynote, and I have about 30 minutes to prepare each one. So what you see is, thank God for Claude, But one question that I get asked a lot, and I'm sure all of you are thinking about, is what is the future of jobs, right? I get asked this a lot by parents whose kids are going to college, but also MBAs as they're graduating, mid-career executives. So I wrote like a 3-part series on LinkedIn and on Substack. I've used Substack because LinkedIn is a walled garden, and I'm told my AEO profile is not as good as my SEO profile, so I had to build Substack. So anyway, and there are reflected on this question because I get asked this a lot, that what does the future look like? And I posted the first one last week and got 150,000 people viewing it, 1,500 likes, and I apparently hit a nerve. So I thought maybe I can talk about some of those ideas today. Okay? Are you concerned about this? Huh? Okay. I'm not. Because I'll take your job. And that is sort of a message. Anyway, so I'm going to call this like AI proof. How do you AI proof yourself, right? And some perspectives on what I see happening in learning, skills, and jobs. Right? Does this work? I'm pressing it. Vamsi, you turned it off. It has a band-aid and a stitching on it. Iska tang toota hua hai iska. Ah. Do it. What are you waiting for? I'm not going to do it for you. Hatao usko.
I'm getting a high pass for this, right?
You're doing this for yourself. Why would I give you a high pass? Am I getting any benefit out of this? No. Huh? So I'm going to begin with a quote that I think is very powerful. You all read this. You heard about it. Like Archimedes saying, give me a lever long enough and a place to stand, and I will move the world. We remember the first part. Give me a, right? In fact, he said it the opposite. He said, give me a place to stand and a lever long enough. So what do we mean by a place to stand? The place to stand is your fulcrum. It is your skill base. Please remember a principle of leverage is X times 0 equals 0. AI will amplify your skill and it will amplify your incompetence. It's your choice. It is an amplifier. Negative sign, positive sign, and the level of amplification is a function of what your fulcrum is. So we have to really reflect on what is my core? What is that fulcrum? And then seek leverage. Because we focus too much. So my insight here is that a lever without a fulcrum is just a stick. And there is no leverage that's going to come out of it. So I'm shifting the focus from the tool to the application, right? So promise me, nahi marega. All right. There must be a loose connection or something. Artificial intelligence is no substitute for natural stupidity, right? Yeah. So anyway, you guys have to take a judgment call. I can do this without slides or without a microphone, but I can't keep doing back and forth. Okay.
Professor, we'll do a last try. If it is going off, please go ahead.
Yeah. I'm not going to start for 15 seconds now. 15 seconds it will work, then I will start. Otherwise. I am not going to talk about enterprise. This is all personal. Because you hear enough shit about that. Right? And I can talk about that. But no, this is really about sort of, no, I'm not falling for this. So I'm only talking about, I'm going to make this very personal. I'm also going to give you very personal examples, right? So this slide, if I have the guts to change it, I talk about. I didn't know I was going to do bloody stand up here instead of content. I can do that too, but. So, listen to this very carefully. I call it the atrophy beneath the acceleration. So, and this is the seduction of AI that we need to be very careful about, right? So, if you think about the same tool being used by two people, so person A does the following. The research from primary sources. By the way, there's no substitute for primary data. Talking to customers is never going to go out of fashion.
When the mic and this both come together, I feel like there's too much.
Diagnosis. Now tell me the solution. Turn off the mic. Mic is also not even needed. So, So what I was saying is that, hey, kya kar rahe ho? I'm starting to lose my patience.
So we stop the presentation.
You can't run the presentation without the mic. I think his diagnosis is absolutely correct. It's not here to take the note. Turn off these things.
Or maybe turn off the light. Turn off the majority of the lights. Not the lights. Turn off the lights.
Anyway, let me continue. So, I think what is happening, and I personally have
Turn off these lights.
that you quickly start to outsource the thinking, right? Where it is very important to struggle. It is very important to iterate. It is very important for you to. I like to say, don't use AI as a vending machine. Use it as a sparring partner. Jugalbandi, back and forth, iterate. But if you just say, here's my prompt and I get an answer, and worse, if I accept that answer at face value, I think that is where atrophy starts. That's where atrophy starts.
One light up.
Let me attempt to get here again. I'm trying to give you this example. That week one, what happens is, you skip the analysis, you look at the recommendations, and you say, let me adjust this a little bit. Okay. And then you get even lazier, then you look at the output and you say, generally looks okay, and you let it go. Then in 3 months, what is happening is that you say, input equals output, and then you cannot now even distinguish a good answer from a bad answer. And you are losing the muscle to be able to do these numbers. So we have to really guard against that happening. Right? So that is sort of an important learning. And this is also learning for you as parents if you have kids. Because ChatGPT can give them the answers. But you know, there's something that I'm talking about in my third piece, which is, remember this phrase, protect the struggle. Protect the struggle. Because the struggle, the mistake we make is we find a shortcut with AI to get to the answer faster. You don't realize the struggle is the learning. Right? And unfortunately, even in our schools, in our system, we are so outcome oriented that as long as we get the answer, it doesn't matter how you got there. No, it really matters how you got there. In some sense, the answer doesn't matter. The process matters. So that is something that we need to be very cautious about. Because otherwise, so what I like to say is that you need to worry less about whether AI is going to take your job. You need to worry more about if AI is going to take away the ability for us to think and to learn. You know. Now, this gets amplified for people who have never gone through that struggle. I have gone through the struggle. You have gone through the struggle. Most of you have learned the hard way. And now, I can see and I can oversee and supervise, and I have the oversight capability. Right? But remember one thing, you cannot supervise a process that you have never done yourself. You cannot make AI do something that you cannot do better yourself. If you had the time, if you had the inclination. The day you don't understand what the AI is doing, the day you don't know that you haven't struggled through that process, you haven't built that muscle. So for us, the muscles is atrophy. For the young kids, if they're not careful, the muscles will never get big. And that is very dangerous. Right? So that's the first sort of important theme or message. Now, then the second question we need to look at is where are the jobs and what are the jobs of the future? So here I have a very simple proposition for you. Jobs is the wrong unit of analysis. Don't focus on jobs and job titles, focus on skills. So let me propose a term to think about. Don't think about job security, think about skill security. Because if you're future-proofing your skills, jobs will come and go, but you will be secure. Right? So then the question then arises: what skills should we be? building that will stand the test of time. So one shift that is happening with AI is we are no longer performers of work, we are overseers and orchestrators of work. Right? You won't be running marketing campaigns, you'll be designing the architecture of marketing campaigns, and then you'll execute at great speed. So orchestration skills, communication skills, empathy skills, the judgment under uncertainty skills, understanding guardrails and limitations, and design thinking skills, and systems thinking skills. These are valuable skills for the future. Because this puts you in the position of designing, overseeing, and putting guardrails around AI systems. So that is what we need to think about and build for the future. So that said, there are some shifts that I will stick my neck out and talk about sort of where the jobs are. So there's one set of jobs where, let me put it simply, if your job is done in front of a screen, AI is coming after you. If your job is done with your hands, you're secure in the short run at least. Right? So finally, through the last 30, 40 years, we have looked down on blue-collar work and we have become white-collar people. And if you work with your mind instead of your hands, you got a premium, right? Karma's a bitch, as they say. It's coming full cycle now. You work with your hands, So, plumbers, welders, electricians. Try hiring one in the US today. Someone's making 150 grand. So, but we have a caste system. By the way, people were talking about a caste system in India. There's a caste system in the US too, which is blue collar, looked down, vocational training. Who wants to go to trade school? I'm happy earning $12 an hour after my random degree from a university and working as a barista. Nothing wrong with barista. But I will look down on a plumber making $150,000 a year. And you know what your parents will tell you? Don't be a plumber. Right? Get a college. So I think this whole societal idea that somehow everyone needs to go to college, the Germans get it right. The Germans, you get trapped. Not everybody goes to university. Not everybody should go to university. Because universities are not, training you for a certain sort of thing. There's a huge deficit of skilled blue collar or blue collar jobs, skilled. By the way, those jobs are also powered by AI. They're amplified. So a plumber who's now using AI to diagnose the problem, but then doing the thing with their hands is valid. So that's one set of jobs, right? Then there are jobs that require empathy. So and that is nursing. That is, until a few years at least surgery and doctors. But even in doctors, people who work in front of a screen are in trouble. A surgeon is okay, a radiologist is screwed. Because your radiologist work, and here I'm going to share I wrote an article sometime back, a couple of months ago, where I had an important thought. So listen to this very carefully. And I'll start with the story of my father. My father told me, if you want to succeed in business, never buy and sell in the same units. Sit with that thought. What? So he used to make window frames and fabrication. He would buy steel by the kilo but sell it by the piece. If I buy by the kilo, I can figure out what your margin is. Don't be too transparent. Transparency is promoted. This is the problem with professional services and consulting firms. If I'm billing by the hour, I can now do the math. Less hours to do it or whatever it is. So you will see business models shift to outcomes, to transactions. So you'll need different units of output than the units of input, because If the input and output is the same units, your margins will be very high. So as a professional services firm, as a consulting firm, what you need to do is decouple the output or outcomes from the input as much as you can. Drive opaqueness there. Right? Now, the flip side, strongly couple the outcome from your identity. Because if you, that's another very important thing, if you can be decoupled, your output can be decoupled from you, AI can hit you. Lawyers, if I am writing, if I'm doing research and I'm supporting a partner, that outcome is not uniquely identified with me. The radiologist, when you read the report, it doesn't say read by so and so, it's a report. It can be decoupled. But, and I give this example in my article, if I'm David Boies and I'm arguing a $4 billion case in a court of law, I can swing that verdict, multi-million dollar verdict. I don't care what he gets paid by the hour. By the way, they do pay him some sort of number by the hour, but that's not what people are paying for. They're paying for his expertise and he's irreplaceable. So ask yourself how you can decouple the outcome from the input, but strongly couple. Now, the other thing about kids going into college now is I say, just like blue collar and white collar, the way of blue collar work is that STEM used to rule, and we used to look down on liberal arts. I'm sorry guys, this is the age of liberal arts. Because history teaches you patterns. Philosophy teaches you how to think, how to argue. If you really think about psychology and philosophy and history and even economics talks about incentives and how you design mechanisms. These are human skills, right? Now STEM, I'm not saying STEM is going out of fashion because coding might be going out of fashion, but design of systems. And by the way, anybody who's doing computer engineering or computer science today, I said, please take another major in math. Right? Computation and math, because mathematics, my father told me this also, it is a mother discipline. Math is never going out of fashion. All AI runs on math. You have to understand how matrix algebra works, how statistics works. So that is a foundational skill. So I think that we're going to see a renaissance of the liberal arts. And today if I was advising my kid, I'd say, pick econ, pick whatever, pick psychology, pick something that actually forces you to think, make trade-offs, and where we don't have a right and wrong answer, right? Where the world is gray. So that's some perspectives on sort of what the jobs. Now I want to conclude with another very interesting idea of skills, and that is also an essay I wrote about a month ago. I called it the new physics of skills. What do I mean by that? Skills, and I'll use an analogy here, skills used to be like solids, congealed, sitting in one department. If you're a specialist in one area, you can't do another job, right? So when I say skills are solid, it meant that it was hard to transport them. They kind of sat in a department or a function, and that was the assumption. So what AI has done is created what I would call a state change. Now skills have become liquid. They flow, right? Which means you can now encroach on neighboring domains. Let me take one area that I'm very familiar with, which is product management. So product managers now can do UX. They can do wireframes. They can write requirements. Hell, they can code. So the important implication of this, and please listen to this carefully, when you go to a meeting and say, I think we should build this user experience, versus saying, here's the UX. Don't bring an opinion to a meeting, bring an artifact to the meeting. And the person who brings the artifact to the meeting shapes the conversation. Because they're like, this is the UX, now you improve upon it. So now I have become an amateur coder, an amateur UX designer, an amateur salesperson, an amateur marketing person. I'm like, this is the creative. Now, does that mean I become a master of all of these skills? No. Needs and competition, so I'm converted into requirements and then basically build. So that's your course, right? That's your anchor. AI deepens the anchor and you should continue to deepen the anchor. But AI also increases your radius. And that's the liquid idea. That you can, now your blast radius is greater because you can encroach on other domains and have a more intelligent and informed conversation with engineering, with sales, with marketing, with UX, with supply chain and so on, because you can bring artifacts to the conversation. So what you have to do, so what I find is that these job titles will become meaningless. You will have these overlaps, right? And these overlaps are both good and bad. They are good in that there will be more productive conversations cross-functionally because I can now speak the language of all these other functions. But they are also bad because if you are not careful, you can get encroached upon. A very interesting thing happened at LinkedIn like 6 months ago. They got rid of product managers. They now call them product builders. All of you need to think about how you can become full stack human beings. What is a product builder? Thank you very much for your requirements. Go build the damn thing now. And I only need one person to do both. So now what happens is, wait a minute now, what's the engineering team, what's the product management? No, it's so you really now, and similarly I think in Airbnb, they got rid of product marketing. They're like, there's only experience. You design it, you build it, you take it to market, you're responsible for the outcome. So what I would say is deepen your anchor but broaden your radius. Learn adjacent things and learn adjacent skills. And it's really kind of a survival skill to think about how you can look at, so map the adjacencies from your job and ask, can I actually become a reasonably good enough at many of these things? That will increase your level of influence. And I think in the future, the organization design has to change. It's no longer going to be job titles, but basically skill repositories. One of the things that I've done in the context of marketing is that I looked at what does a marketer do. So I looked at 7 workflows from sensing, customer insights to focusing, which is designing the ICP, then the creative, then the orchestration, then execution, then learning, and then governance. So we have 7 workflows. Then what I did is I broke it down into sub-workflows into tasks, and tasks into, we have 220 atomic tasks. Now you write agents for all this. And then you build an ontology. By the secret sauce is the ontology and the knowledge graph, which tells you that when you do customer insight, the signal comes from here, then it goes to that agent, and then this agent talks to that agent, conditional on the governance agent saying that is the knowledge graph, right? You build the logic. So I built the full ontology of marketing. I have 120 connections, 220 agents, and a whole bunch of workflows. And so that now is your blueprint for how marketing work will get done in the future, where humans and agents are basically co-workers. Right? And at each level, you define the level of autonomy you're going to give to the agent. So basically, this is the genome of work. By the way, you give me I've done this for product management too. I can do it for any damn job. You tell me what a lawyer does, ultimately you break it. What are the jobs to be done? And you find the atomic level. So this is what we're doing. We're going to automate in collaboration with human beings. We're going to put together this hybrid workforce. And this hybrid workforce, one of the metrics in the future for HR will be the percentage of work done by humans divided by, or agents divided by work done by agents plus humans. That is your agentic FTE equivalent, which is have we taken one human being and made them into 1.5 human beings. That is the metric. That is how humans and AI will sort of work together in hybrid workforces. And sort of I'll make a controversial observation here that in 3 to 5 years, the chief of HR and the chief of IT is the same person. Because you're managing digital workforce. Right? So that is something else to kind of keep in mind. Now, I will conclude last thing by giving you some autobiographical examples that I gotta eat my own dog food, so it's like So I call this 10xing myself or 100xing myself. So there are 4 or 5 use cases let me tell you about. You are not allowed to share this widely because I'm giving you some great secrets. So we write case studies, right? You just heard Khaled tell you about the Sephora case study that I wrote. A typical case study development process takes us 3 to 6 months because we identify a company and then we go talk to people and then it takes, out of that 4 months is permissions and approvals. I remember writing a case study at Best Buy and then I went to them, there are 2 people you never want to talk to is the PR team and the legal team. So the PR team said, you're making us look bad, you're saying Amazon is hurting us. I said, and? Am I going to lie to say, no, there's no Amazon, they don't exist, right? Best Buy is not hurting. And the legal team says, you can't reveal this information in that way. So, long process, and then we write a draft, and then it goes to the copywriter, and it does whatever. It's 6-month process. I have brought it down to 2 hours. From an idea in my mind to a finished case study. How did I do it? First of all, I realized that when you speak to people about what they consider to be confidential information, the only person who doesn't know it is them. It's all out there on the internet. Right? Competition knows they are not. So it's overstated what you can learn from first-hand information. So I bypassed this whole approval processing. When I wrote the Sephora case study, no human beings were harmed. I did not talk to anybody at Sephora. What is he going to tell me? So I can construct all of that. Anyway, so what I did is I sat down with Claude and I said, listen, I'm going to tell you what I have done in 60 case studies. By the way, here are 20 artifacts. RAG. Few short prompt things. So I said, learn. Read these cases. By the way, these are my best-selling cases. Read these. Now what patterns do you see? Then I iterated it. I said, okay, you will write 4 types of cases. One a quant, one a study. So I said, then, and I said, now look at the structure. What are you learning about the structure? So there's the protagonist, there needs to be attention, the pros and cons need to be balanced. Then I said, learn the format. Okay, this is the Kellogg letterhead, this is the font, this is whatever. Then I said, okay, now you've understood all this stuff, write a Claude skill. Case creator PPTN, case creator skill, right? And then I said, I fed it, like here's a case I want to write, give me the output. Here's the output, I said, I don't like it, improve this, improve that. And then, by the way, Claude was making mistakes in rendering it into a docx file. And it's like, I should have tried this, I should have tried that. By the way, it is actually scary when you see what it does. In PowerPoint, it's saying, I almost fell off my chair when and it's reviewing my slide in real time. It's saying, the reviewer is being nitpicky about the font size. The reviewer is the reviewer, and so it's setting up submodels, and it's like, oh, the reviewer is complaining again. Like, you guys fight it out and you tell me when you're done, right? So, anyway, so I've coded that as a Claude skill, and over time I'm improving it. Now my Claude skill is so perfect that I can just say, here's the story I want to write. It will check and say, you didn't tell me the time frame, you didn't tell me the protagonist, you didn't tell me this. Once I do that, it goes through the process and it's fully formatted. So then what I did is I said, okay, now we have to write a teaching note. So I've created a teaching note skill. Then I said I need to actually create a rubric to evaluate a case. Is it a good case? I created a rubric and I said, now this is the way you're going to. So now I can grade a case. I can look at a case and say, then I had an idea. I said, Claude, I want you to take this rubric and put it inside your case creation skill. After you write the case, evaluate yourself. If it doesn't meet the threshold, iterate. And keep doing this thing. I only want to see the output when you meet all the criteria. So I'm now teaching AI to use its own rubric. So net, I now have a pipeline of like 15 cases, and the case publishing people says we can't edit it fast enough. I said they don't need to be edited, they're perfect. There is no spelling mistake, it is in, just put it into publication, but they won't let you do it. So anyway, also they said all cases must be taught in the classroom before. So I said I'm writing far more cases that I can teach in the classroom. So I created a new idea, and I want your help on that. It's a beta tester program. which beta test software will beta test cases. While basically send out the case to you with a Zoom call, and we have a class case discussion. And then I'll record it, I'll feed it to AI and say what didn't work, improve the test, put it into production. So the whole thing has become a software. So that's, an example. Course creation and course design. I decided that the marketing course I was teaching, I just threw it all out. I should teach the marketing tech course. Now I'm teaching a brand new course which I'll start teaching on Tuesday and go back. It's called AI Native Marketing. So every case, every lecture, every concept in that course was created in 2026. 7 new case studies. And in the case studies, again, what I did there is I said, I want to take people through how marketing is now done in an AI world. So I said there are 3 big buckets that I want to write a case on. One, how do you understand customers and do customer insight and identify the STP segmentation strategy, which already identify the ideal customer. Second, once I know this customer, how do I create the creative to engage with the customer? And third, how do I execute the campaign and improve it? So I invented a company, it's a skincare company. I did all the brand identity, I built a full toolkit. It's a nice brand, it's called Oranis. I even own the URL, oranis.ai. And so I wrote part 1. So then I said, now I need data. So I said, here's what you're going to do with me. You are going to generate a synthetic data set of 1,000 consumers. And you're going to build this data, and the data set, I want errors. I want missing data. I want some wrong data point, and I want natural correlation. That if you're giving me media consumption in TikTok, it has to correlate with the younger demographic. So build all those patterns and relationships. Spat out a spreadsheet with 1,000 customers and like 100 variables. Then in part 2, I said I need to build the creative. I built the full creative asset library. Here's the brand, here's the style guide, here's the brand identity kit, here's the guardrails. So I've given you the brand asset. And then the third part, I was like, let me actually build campaign data. So now the case 3 positions here, I run the campaign for 3 weeks, this is the performance, now what are you going to do to improve? So I've assembled the entire synthetic data set. I've assembled these 3 case studies, and I've put this whole thing together in a week. Now I got the bright idea that I might go to my friends at Adobe and say, I want you to actually use the data sandbox for my students to actually work with AEP, their platform. Took me 2 months to get approvals, and then they just came back yesterday and said, well, we can't really give you data. So I'm like, you know what? Forget it. So now my case is just use ChatGPT and Claude as everyday AI, but as a platform. So anyway, the point is, weave AI into everything you do. I am personally getting 10x, 100x productivity improvement. And if you are not 10xing yourself, somebody is. And they're coming after you. Right? So that's something that you need to really reflect on and think about. And I was a huge ChatGPT fan. I jumped on it like 3 days after it was launched in 2022. I broke up with ChatGPT. So if there is one piece of advice I can give you, figure out some way to get Claude Pro or Claude Max. Okay? Build a Claude skill. Use Claude in PowerPoint. Use Claude in Excel. Use Claude Cowork. And now they've just launched Claude Computer. These guys are going, they're leaving OpenAI in the dust. And you will be blown. By the way, this PowerPoint, which I have to show you, I have Claude help me generate it. It knows the Kellogg, style guide, blah, blah, blah. It generates beautiful slides and I can modify them. So, you know when Claude PowerPoint was launched? Anybody know? What? 7th February. I started using it on 9th February. On the 15th February, it would choke. It was like, I've run out of tools, I've run out of memory. Like, keep pushing. And I upped my plan. So I'm really pushing it to the front. The point is, immerse yourself in the tools. Right? And if any, and somebody, I talked to my colleague, I went for a 40th reunion to IIT last month. They're like, we're old, we're all retired. I said, I'm just getting started. You're never too old to learn. So don't have this excuse. You think you're too old, I'm older than everybody in this room. And I wake up, every day you have to wake up with questions. Wake up every day with questions. Burning questions like, what am I going to learn today? Then turn on the AI and learn. That's just speaking has to be intrinsic motivation. Stay ahead. The tools are moving very, 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 very quickly. And you have to just move with that agility. In the end of the time, the last point I want to make is the age of intercept is over, the age of slope is here. So I told you got to learn math. What does this mean in English? Intercept is what you know. Slope is how fast you learn. Intercept is irrelevant now. The future belongs to people who can be intellectually agile and adaptive. Right? Not what you, because what you know, you can learn it. In fact, the intercept now had a negative sign. Because what you know has become a liability to this outdated stuff. So I think it's a very exciting time because sometimes I look at what I can accomplish and I'm like, this is not even fair. And it's like, I feel like Clark Kent, superpowers. And if you are competing against somebody who's got the superpowers, I'm sorry, you're bringing a knife to a gunfight. You've got a nuclear weapon and you've got an AK-47 if you're lucky. So you have to become those AI ninjas and AI champions in your personal life. By the way, I do other things with it like plan my travel, do this and that. TechVenture students, I'll tell you something, you'll write a peer review. So I taught a code lot, so I got peer review. Whole bunch of like unstructured data. People complaining about their group members, this, that, and all, right? So I put that whole gigantic, they sent me this code on the gigantic spreadsheet. So I go to Claude and I said, please help me make sense of this shit. Read all this stuff. I don't have time to read it. If there's any personal vendetta, ignore it. What is personal vendetta? There are 6 people in a group, one person says this guy did nothing, another person, this person did nothing, all other 4 say nothing went wrong. So that's just, so I said, look at, but if you see systematic patterns, tell me. And then what I want you to do is read all this stuff, and this is my guidance to you. If there's a significant shortfall in one person, mark them down 1 grade. If there's a massive shortfall and consistent pattern, very high confidence, mark them down 2 grades, suggest the grades to me. In the spreadsheet, it just put the suggested grade and automatically put the 1 grade down in yellow or 2 grades down in red. Then I said, give me your reasoning. It gave me the reasoning. I looked at it and said, this one is dubious. Tell me more. So it's like, yeah, on second thoughts, maybe this is not done. Grading done in like 3 minutes. Right? Human oversight, human in the loop. I didn't outsource the thinking. I asked it for reasoning and I disagreed with him when I needed it. So that is really the thought process. And last thing I'll say to you is, any task you start, ask first, how can AI help you with this? Become AI first. Everything. But don't end it. I like to say that you never will start life with a blank page. You will start with 80% of your work done. If you start at 0, you're in trouble. If you end at 80, you're also in trouble because you get paid for that 20. And finally, that 20 is going to become 15 and 10, and you're going to have to find another 10 somewhere. That is real. So anyway, that's my perspective on jobs, skills, and the future of work. And by the way, look at my Substack. It's called The Hidden Weave. The Hidden Weave, because it's like hidden patterns. So in that, I have a detailed, like 3,000 word articles on each of these. All right, over to you guys. I don't know if anything more, but I'm done here.
I have a question to ask you.
Yeah. Where?
Heard you talk about ChatGPT, OpenAI, but what's your view on AI Studio, which is another powerful tool which I'm using right now because I'm a part of a Google Accelerator. What's your view on AI Studio and other models which are available like GenSpark? There are quite a number of them in the market and extremely good stuff. Whether it's a Perplexity. I heard you talk about Totally too.
I'll give you a completely non sequitur answer. My wife is very beautiful, and I'm happy with her.
Why? Why?
Does,
Why have an extra
does
marathon?
that mean there are not more beautiful women? Build a relationship with her and be happy with it. But I did break up
You did.
because the delta was too much. The delta was too much. ठीक है, it's good. No, but I don't think today anything beats Anthropic. Beats the Anthropic tools. Yeah, I mean that's to me. And one thing I will say with confidence: if you're using Copilot and being silly enough to pay $30 a month for it, stop.
Fascinating talk, Professor. You mentioned that human-driven skills are going to be of paramount importance in an AI-driven world. But you also realize that human-driven skills are very person-dependent. So how do you think about skill building for such a world?
They are person dependent, but that doesn't mean that you can't train people for it. We just had the great experience of visiting the Air India Academy in Gurgaon. Behind the scenes look, and great example of how, service is very personal, but, we saw this class which was fascinating. It was a style and grooming class with flight attendants, and they were in the classroom. And what happened when we walked in? My students, right? Good morning, sir. Like all the kids used to do in Indian schools. All same frequencies, right? Same volume. They also looked somewhat similar, right? And like just incredibly young, 18, 19 years old. I'm like, wow, this is my grandkids. So, but does that mean they're not going to personalize the service? I mean, we're staying at the Ritz-Carlton, which is a legendary for, they say, gentlemen and ladies serving ladies and gentlemen. But there's a lot of training that goes on. But then you add that, by the way, that personal touch, and there's another very important thing in that. And this is something Southwest Airlines used to say. Don't hire, like you said, we hire for attitude and we train for skill. Don't hire the wrong attitude. You can't train an attitude. So you have to do your due diligence saying we bring people. So I think that take a nurse. Empathy, bedside manner, that's something it's innate. But now, what good professional judgment is, how to, translate that bedside manner into execution, that's something you train for. So I think that's the magic, that that's that last 10, 15% of personalization, that's a person dependent. But, that's, so I think good people, let me put this very crudely. You can't shine shit. I hope you're not recording this.
What has been your experience of understanding the other side, which is basically the policy and the way that the leadership is thinking about bringing AI democracy in the institute, use of AI by the students, for instance?
At our institute?
All over, or some of the things where you have interacted.
There's a saying, I have met the enemy and they are us. The biggest bottleneck here is the teachers. So it's challenging. And I have been frustrated by it personally. There's a lot of things I wanted to change. There's a lot of pedagogical innovation. There's innovation in the curriculum. There's an AI center of excellence we could set up. There's a lot of things we could do. But let me just illustrate this, where the bottlenecks are and how it works. So I got called in for a meeting with Francesca, and she said, let's build an AI center of excellence, and I want you to lead it. I said, great idea. Love it. And here's the things we could do. We could build like a sandbox of tools and data. We could build a case repository. We can build, a pedagogical innovation. We could build simulation. We could do a lot of things. Industry. We could have embedded students and embedded executives. So I was very excited, right? So we had the meeting, and I came, and then what I did is I turned on. By the way, Microsoft Word is good for one thing. It takes good dictation. So I turned on. It's because they have nuance. better than Google. So I turned on the microphone and I just spoke into it, my vision for the AI Center of Excellence. It took me about 2 minutes to dictate a 2-page prompt. Then I said, use this to generate a vision document. So in about 2 hours, I had a 20-page document with P&L, with the whole projections and headcount and what I would need and partnership, corporate partnership, ecosystem, blah, blah, blah. Now, I put it into email, but I put it on delayed send because they would get freaked out if they got the strategic plan 2 hours after the meeting, right? So I just put it on delayed send. Anyway, I sent it the next day. 9 weeks ago? 6 weeks back, I'm like, what is going on? They said, we're working on, which is the official dump for, we haven't read your email yet. So it's in limbo, right? So my reading of all of this is that I don't think leadership, and I'm not faulting our leadership in general, people don't know that their ass is on fire. They don't know that the ground has shifted under them, and I can't bring that burning platform sense of urgency. But, we're going to get disrupted. I mean, with due respect to all that we do at Kellogg, I mean, asking these folks to pay $220,000 for an executive MBA is criminal. We need to democratize education. By the way, the costs keep increasing. Why? Why? Why do the cost of education in the US keep increasing? Because people like me get paid more and more to do less and less. You know how many hours I teach in a year? Please don't tell anybody. 90. 90 hours a year. I won't tell you what I get paid, but it's, it's not enough. But anyway. But I think that, so that just doesn't work, We're pricing ourselves out of the market. We need to democratize education, and AI makes it possible. I can show you how to get to 10x without compromising the experience significantly. But, it takes things. So the bottlenecks now are all human bottlenecks. They're leadership bottlenecks, not technological bottlenecks. So we're working on it, one step at a time. I mean, I did another thing where I have this vision of creating immersive simulations using AI. Imagine going into a negotiation meeting where you're negotiating with avatars who have private context and high pressure. They read your gestures, they read your emotions. They can walk out of the meeting. If they'll yell at you, they'll scream. And I can turn the dial saying, make them Israeli negotiators or Japanese negotiators, right? So they'll change the context, they'll change whatever. They can speak different languages. And I built that whole thing. I found a company. I call it Immersims. I've trademarked it. It's immersive simulations. I have the money because it's going to cost $250,000. My center has the money. I have not been able to spend my money because the OGC, the Office of Contracts, is sitting on the proposal that the company sent for 90 days to review a 3-page agreement, which is boilerplate. Frustrates the hell out of me. But I can't do anything to Northwestern Central lawyers. So it is what it is. At some point, I wake up and say, not my circus, not my monkeys. I'll just do what I do. But it is, I think that this disruption is not going to come with due respect from fat, lazy, and happy business schools. It's going to come from the second generation, the disruptors. Swati kidhar hai? Yeah. Yeah, she's going to kill us. The people that they're doing some disruptive work because they're hungry and they're young and they're agile. So institutions have their inertia, but we will survive for a while. Ek joke sunata hu main. Guy goes and buys a Rolls Royce, right? And he's heard a lot about the quality of the Rolls Royce. He drives it out, and after about 50 miles, the car stops. So he's like, what is this? It's a Rolls Royce. So he opened the hood. There's no engine. He's like, so he called the dealership. He said, what happened? He said, oh, I'm so sorry, sir. We forgot to put the engine in. So he said, but tell me, how did damn thing drive 50 miles? He said, sir, that much it will drive on reputation. So our Rolls Royce is driving on reputation. Anyway. I started the talk with a PowerPoint slide, yes.
Yeah,
16 times.
Yes, indeed. So you did
touch very, very briefly upon the enterprise, and
Yeah.
then you just very quickly brushed it
Yeah,
over.
I didn't want to talk about the enterprise today.
Yeah, but where are they heading? Because that's like the industry drivers. They are like the what
You know,
call
the same,
lighthouse.
I mean, his question actually segued into the enterprise, which is that the bottlenecks are adoption and it's sort of the change management. Because, I mean, obviously, the potential for transformation is huge, but there's additional layers of complexity in the enterprise, which is your enterprise systems don't play nicely. They're messy. I mean, today, if you rebuilt any SaaS platform, Salesforce will be the first one to admit it, it would not look like anything like what they have. The new paradigm for enterprise software is very simple. Today, it is, what is it? The presentation layer, right? Business logic layer, and the database layer, right? 3-tier architecture. The new paradigm is intent, agent, data. So, and that is infinitely more agile and flexible. However, you know, Salesforce and Oracle and SAP and ServiceNow, they're embedded deeply. So they're bolting on AI solutions, and this will take a while. So this whole thing will take some years to go through. But, you know, the paradigm shift is possible today, but the execution inside the enterprise is going to take some time. And there again, the difference will be between the AI haves and have not, the people who execute, because the tools are available to everybody. It's about leadership intent and being able to move fast. But it's going to take time. I mean, and there is going to be a lot of short-term disappointment because AI is not delivering the goods, right? You know, the 600 billion in CapEx and so on. So it's right now the people making money are the picks and shovels guys, right? NVIDIA and so on. But ultimately the big winners will be the Walmarts and the JP Morgans of the world, right? What happened in e-commerce? Yes, a few Amazons came out, but ultimately it's the Walmarts and Targets and all these companies that really, UPS, that benefited. So that's going to happen with AI too, but it's just going to take a while because it's a complex beast, right? But it boils down to like which organizations have that sense of urgency and the leadership and push these ideas forward faster. What's that? The bravery, yeah, that's true. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Neeti Vermani. Thank you for the insights. Now, let's say within enterprises, let's say pick up 2 products. Could be 2 avatars for different e-commerce companies. And at the individual level, let's pick up 2 individuals. And the 2 individuals are already running at 10x, for example, with AI. And the other 2 products in the enterprise, let's say they are same. My question is, with AI, there's suppose 2 are already optimized. How does one differentiate? How does one differentiate a product given the fact that AI, prompts are easily available? If not known, then they can be learned. So how does one differentiate both in terms of personal level and, product?
It's a great question. So let me reframe your question in a very Indian way. Is AI the new quota factory? Did you understand what I just said? Right? For the folks who don't know what I'm talking about, Kota is a city in Rajasthan where kids go to get trained for the IIT exam. They live there full time, they drop out of school or they do their school, whatever, by remotely, and they basically just 14 hours a day they prepare for that exam. And all that ends up doing is skilling everybody up to the same level. So now you're just competing against other Kota factory people. So if you don't go to Kota, you're finished. If you go to Kota, all you've done is now compete against other Kota. So is that, I don't think so. And let me give you another analogy. If all of us have Word, does that make you Shakespeare? Right? So a fool with a tool is still a fool. So it's not going to democratize wisdom and the ability to use the tool, right? That's the fulcrum I was talking about. So yes, I mean today you ask yourself, like Claude is available or all these tools are available to everybody, but there's a big gap between people who are able to use the tools effectively and those who don't. For that matter, Salesforce and Oracle are available to everybody. Does that, so why are some companies performing better than others? There's a lot more that goes into it, right? So I think it's actually going to increase the gap between the people who are able to effectively leverage the tools versus those who don't. Okay, we're going to take, I don't know.
Last question,
I was supposed
Professor.
to speak for 5 minutes. I've spoken for 500 minutes.
Last question,
Does that-
Professor. Here,
Okay.
last one.
Yes, Aline, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. You go ahead. I can ask it.
No, I'll wait.
No. She's captive.
Yeah.
I really
Oh, no, actually, I am captive. She'll find me.
I really appreciate the talk. I feel I genuinely learned something new. Taking a step back from AI, do you have any book recommendations, something that I can learn from? Because I've learned a lot from you, and I'll definitely go play with Claude later. But any book recommendations?
I'm coming out with a book. No, I mean, only semi-seriously, there's a book I've written which is coming out in the next month or so. It's called The Return on AI. It really looks at how you, what are the causal factors that determine what enterprises are able to, projects succeed and which fail. But stepping back also, I'll say that a book is a problematic form factor. Let me put it this way. Books are congealed wisdom, and there are timeless books. So don't stop reading the Bible or the Bhagavad Gita. Those are, but books on AI are an oxymoron because they're outdated by the time they're written. So I would suggest more that you create a set of listening posts for yourself, right? Follow some people you respect. Read the blogs, go to Medium, go to Substack, go to, Alpha Sense, or, pick up these feeds and then read. And the other thing is, what I do I used to do this with ChatGPT. I said, listen, I am following articles and interesting things that are talking about the intersection of strategy, marketing, and AI. I created an agent, a task, which said, every week I want you to keep listening, identify the top 5 articles that appeared that week, and summarize them for me, and give me the hyperlinks, and please put this in my inbox at 9 a.m. Monday morning the next week. Okay? So I'm now being able to scan the whole. So use AI as the advantage, right? And as I said, wake up with questions. So what I do now is I go on a morning walk, and I'm like, I need to beef up on what the hell's happening with quantum. So I'll turn on the voice mode. I do my 10,000 steps, and I'm also more informed by the time I get back home. So constantly be learning. Constantly be learning. So that's just, so I think this is more a question of, I will throw the question back at you and say, how do you do learning 7 by 24 by 3? Well, not 24, sleep for some time. But whenever you're, it's like literally becoming everyday learning. And if you want to read a book, read spirituality and something that, there is timely and there is timeless. Read timeless books. AI books are not timeless. AI books are timely. So, except for my book. But
All right, friends. Please give it up for Professor Mohanbir Sahani. Okay, so we have people coming from across the shores of Atlantic, Mediterranean, and also different parts of our country, and also people who have taken all your time over here. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience that's caused. Quick question, how many of you guys have been into our building startups? Raise your hand, please. How many have done product launches? These are the hiccups we all have. So sorry, guys. We are very, very sorry for that. This is where, the startup grind, we will try to move it further. And we have, if it is okay for you guys, we have another amazing panel that is going to come up. Another 20 minutes. Are you all okay for that? 20 minutes. Yes? Okay. Okay, let's do that. So let's call the panelists. So let's call Shekhar over here with a round of applause. Shekhar is a VC, and he's got an amazing SaaS-based VC, specifically SaaS-based AI they have been investing into. He's been into the startup world, supporting SaaS startups for more than a decade. He has got a fantastic team as well. I'll try to cut the introductions very short so that we will give to Shekhar further. Shekhar, please take your seat. And then we have someone very interesting. She's traveled all the way from Delhi, and she's one of the top-notch. She's building something that is one of the top-notch competitors of IIMs, ISB, and probably in the future for the best global schools of the world as well. Please put your hands together for Swati from Masters Union. And then we have our own Kellogg friend. He's been consulting Gates Foundation. He's one of the enablers specifically into the AI ecosystems. And we will hear more from him. He's already championed a lot at the AI Summit. Please welcome Chetan. Okay, let's start with a brief introduction and story from your side, because I have not covered a lot for sure. Please. Thank you.
So I'm Shekhar Nair. I'm a co-founder and coach and a managing partner of Upeka. So we are actually an early stage VC fund based out of US, but we work with Indian startup founders. And we were primarily working with SaaS startups. Today we are working more with AI first, AI native startups. We have, over time, we have built a very strong community of over 300 plus startup founders. We have invested in 60 plus AI first startups, all in software. This is not physical AI, this is not in this. So the perspective that I would be sharing is more from that side, right? Also, we have been always working with a very simple philosophy at Upeka, which is building capital efficient businesses, focusing on revenue first. And I'll keep it short. So that's kind of what we do.
Swati, please share your story.
Thank you. So I'm Swati. After graduation from IIT Delhi, I was into strategy consulting. So spent some time at Bain. And then I went to US to do my MBA. I studied at Wharton, where I noticed a surprising fact, which was that 30% of my class was Indian. Some of my best professors were Indian, and a lot of CEOs and CXOs that were coming to the class for case studies, etc., were Indian. So I was like, why are we sitting in US? Is everybody, if a lot of learning is happening with Indians around, and I had this ambition of setting up one of the best business schools in the world in India. So when I came back in 2019, we started Masters Union in 2020. The students who are part of the visit to India, I think we hosted you on the first day in Gurgaon. So we've been building that for the past 5 years, and now we offer postgrad and undergrad programs in business and technology. Thank you.
Chetan.
Yeah. So I'm here because I'm a Kellogg alum, and I was taught by Professor Soni. But yes, as of now, what I have been doing is trying to learn and expand my peripheral skills, as Professor Soni was sharing. So I work with the Gates Foundation, where I am trying to help them bring AI use cases from the grassroots in the sectors that they focus on, which is agriculture, education, health, and social governance, so that they can be bubbled up and then taken through the journey that philanthropies like Gates fund. Before that, I was at Google, where I headed search for India for the product partnerships. I also worked at Meta, where I launched the WhatsApp Business API for India, and a few startups before that in Bangalore.
Thank you. Shekhar, let's start with you. So Upeka has been pretty much known for being a capital efficient and also revenue first SaaS, right? How does that philosophy translate into the current AI world?
Good question. Before I get started, I was hearing Professor talk, and there's a lot of things that he has done. So please feel free to, help us if, you think that you are able to add something to that, right? But let me tell you, from what we are doing when we move into the AI world, the principles are still holding true. Okay, so the capital efficiency, revenue first is holding true, but the demands it's actually becoming more demanding, and let me explain why, right? So if you look at capital efficiency, there are two dimensions when it comes to AI, right? And one of the dimensions in capital efficiency is within the organization, how people are actually trying to create lean organizations and take startups, because I'm talking about it from a startup perspective, building very lean startups, and that they are able to do that by actually using AI to optimize and to create efficiency and new ways of doing things across all functions. Product development is something that everybody knows, but that is happening in marketing, it is happening in sales, it's happening in administration, it's happening in HR, it's happening in all these areas, right? So that is one part of the capital efficiency part. The other part is actually if you look at it from a customer operations point of view, the customer solutions that are being built and how it is being deployed, the unit economics is different when it comes to AI. And the reason for that is in the SaaS world, we could actually scale, and scale was something that you could do without actually having to spend a lot more, okay, as you were scaling. Today, what's happening with AI, even though the model costs are going down, API costs are going down, today what we are finding is that there is a cost associated with every customer, there is a cost associated with every operation because of the inferencing cost and all that, right? So this is kind of demanding. So from a capital efficiency point of view, this is demanding. Now, from a startup founder, you asked, what does a startup founder do? What have we got to do? So from a startup founder perspective, what they have to do is they're not building products anymore. Product building is something that has become very commoditized, and they can actually build. But now what you have to look at it is when they're providing solutions to customers, and it is actually about workflows. So workflows of customers that they have to provide with both the AI workflow with human. So that kind of a design and all those things is something new in the AI world. And you asked, what do we do? What are we doing differently for this? We have to actually start looking at this from a more detail from an operations level itself, right? So we work with our startups, looking at not just, one is the efficiency within the organization itself, within the startup, but also we are looking at it from how they're providing the customer solutions and unit economics from the time that they are building the solution itself.
Just a quick follow-up question on that, tangentially, right? Towards the moat aspect, Anthropic or OpenAI, they're coming up with features consistently, right? How are you ensuring that the startups that you're investing have that moat, they are being saved?
Yeah, so it's interesting. And as he mentioned, right, the gap between Anthropic and other LLMs are probably much bigger. But the fact is that this is a question that we tell our founders that they should be asking this regularly. It's not like you cannot stop asking this question. So you have to ask this question regularly, saying that, what if my feature, what I have done, is something that comes out with LLM, and we have seen that happen also, right? I think as an investor, I would sleep better knowing that there are three things that they have addressed. If the startups have addressed some of these things, then it makes us feel better. So the first thing is that they should be integrated deeply into the workflow. So if the question that they should be asking, a simple test is, if the feature comes, is the customer going to move to the LLM, or are they going to continue with the startup solution, right? The second thing is, there's a lot of things that happens because the machine Claude, using Claude or using OpenAI is not going to build trust, especially from an enterprise perspective. So how have you done distribution? How have you reached out to the customer? Have you built a trust network with the customer? That actually makes this big difference. So we will sleep better knowing that, if they ask this question of having addressed these things, then we are okay.
Thank you. Swati, I'm going to read this out.
Okay.
If AI can create content, if AI can summarize all the knowledge, and even, create simulation and feedback,
Yeah.
how are you guys looking into creating new learning environments, or how business schools have to look into it, and especially you guys pretty much on the new age?
Yeah, no, thank you for that question. See, I think education was never in the business of providing knowledge. I think that got killed when in the world of Google and YouTube itself, right? So when I was in college, okay, the classes are teaching you something, but I could go, and a lot of students could just go and watch YouTube videos, etc. Any business that's in the domain of providing knowledge or facts is dead. But I think business schools or any offline educational institute has always, all of us, are either going to a business school or have been to business schools. I don't think the biggest thing we got out of those business schools is knowledge or how to do a DCF analysis or how to build our Excel models. I think what you got, one was wisdom and judgment, right? The ability to read the room or whatever that EQ is, empathy, all of those skills. And second probably is your network, the people that you went to college with, right? Those are the people on your speed dial today, and that's how you leverage your network. So that will continue to maintain, and how Professor Sahani was saying that every teacher and every student will have to integrate AI into how they operate, that obviously will change. So I would say the reason to go to an education institute should never be the hard skills that you're going to study, because that's going to become irrelevant very soon.
Thank you. So once again, connecting to that, right? India is a very different space, very difficult space as well. So how are you guys thinking, especially AI-led education in India, how is it going to be from the biggies of US or European education?
Whenever there is a new technology and something as disruptive as AI, I think it enables new startups to come in all industries, right? Because suddenly you don't have to play the same game, and you can win by designing a new game for the new world. So as was mentioned earlier as well, that the traditional, so I remember a lot of my Wharton assignments. Today, if I give those assignments to my students, ChatGPT can do that in 15 minutes, right? So the kind of assignments, the kind of group presentations that we all have done or are doing, that the AI tool can do. So you cannot, as professors or as institutes, give those assignments. So what's the next step when an amplifier like Claude exists in the hand of every student? And that's what we are thinking every day and redesigning the curriculum and the kind of evaluation frameworks. In fact, we have gone to the extent where in the exam, we allow the use of ChatGPT and Claude, right? I mean, so our students are very practical. They are saying that, hey, you allow us calculators, you allow us Excel, because that's a tool that I will have when I'm working. So in today's world, when I'm going to work, will have access to Claude and ChatGPT, then why not allow that in the exams and test us on skills that should be tested with that tool in hand?
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Chetan, you have coordinated, partnered with many organizations, government organizations, private organizations, financial institutions for the AI Summit, right? So if you have to understand, the audience have to get certain amount of a peak view or vantage view about, from the summit perspective, if you have to give certain takeaways, what would be that?
Yeah, I mean, maybe some of you followed that in the news. There was a big Impact Summit, as they called it, the AI Impact Summit in Delhi in February. It was not formally in a series, but there have been a series of such summits, one at Bletchley Park in 2023, then in Seoul, then in France in 2025, and then in India this year, and then Switzerland's raised their hand for next year. So this is really, I think I'm bringing a very different perspective here though, but this is more like the geopolitics of what needs to also happen in parallel, where technology will keep on doing this, but then countries see this as a power play as well. So there's a lot of posturing that needs to also decide how laws will be made around this. And I think the summit, therefore, was an initiative by the government. Lots of action happened. Lots of people were in town. 5 lakh people attended on, in person. 120 countries represented, 30 CXOs, lots of traffic jams in Delhi. So I think all to say that there were many takeaways, but I think if I can share for just a more of a general purpose audience, there was one big play on sovereignty. Because I think much like other sort of national assets, when you look at nuclear power or space tech, there's already a FOMO in governments that this needs to be something that the nations have an early stake on. And so sovereignty was a big theme. There were lots of dialogue on sovereignty. There was a non-binding agreement of sharing intelligence signed by 92 countries, including the US, interestingly. And that was called the New Delhi Declaration. A side outcome, though, of this was that India got to join the Pax Silica. And then there was some work that was announced, which was around sovereign models and a lot of sovereign focus on like companies like Sarvam, private government initiatives, where there's 38,000 GPUs that are on offer at 65 rupees an hour, which is probably 1/4 the cost of what typically it costs. So there was that, which was more of a sovereign play. There was also a sharing play, which is to say that global South countries don't right now have the resources, both capital and otherwise, to directly compete head on with what's coming from the West. But how do you make sure that there is sharing of what's working? And so there's a lot of focus on creating global South nexuses, which will be a mix of academia and private and public partnerships and philanthropies to build a use case of an AI Commons repository. And that site is already live. There's also, I think, some 12 country use cases that have already been populated there. And I think the last thing, which is an interesting thing, is to think about this the way you think of DPI today, right? Like digital public infrastructure, where India created Aadhaar, and that was a fairly unique way of executing identity platforms for a country of this complexity. So I think the way some parties are thinking about AI is that what if it is like a digital public infrastructure play? So you create horizontal enablers where any small player can leverage the scale of the rails on which it rides. So it's not then dependent on individual access to the cost, which can be prohibitive to, say, somebody solving a vision for 50,000 people or a radiology for the first 10 villages. Because, I mean, let's also realize, like, I mean, Shekhar's talking about funding these companies. What stage is AI use case development in India? And from the perspective that I got, and this is just personal opinions, it's at pilot stages. And very few are breaking out from pilot because the ability to really scale right now is very, very stymied by multiple factors, one of which is cost. So just to recap, I mean, there's sovereignty, there is sharing, there's infrastructure rails, supported by governance frameworks, which are horizontals, and verticals that will come in on the sort of, if you think of it as an axis, on the vertical axis, and then you'll create use cases along the way.
Great, thank you. We will come to sovereignty at the end. Just a last round of questions. What is the uncomfortable truth that you would suggest for founders who are trying to build SaaS, Shekhar?
You mean AI SaaS?
AI.
You mean
based
AI
on, yes.
So I think one of the uncomfortable truths is that people are not building AI businesses. They are building very impressive AI demos. And the gap between demos and use in a production environment, especially in enterprises, is actually much bigger than it seems, right? So while startup founders are very excited about the fact that they can turn around the product from a product perspective very quickly and work with customers to be able to deliver multiple versions of it, because previously it used to be like it will take a long time to even deliver the product requirement, right, to the customer. But now we can actually iterate very fast because you have all these powerful tools. But what's happening is when the startup founders have to build something, this is the hard truth, is they should spend more time with the customer, understand how work is done today, and work with them to be actually define and design workflows that deeply integrate and make sure that outcomes are delivered, because that is where the value is, right? So that would be my suggestion to the startup founders, asking them to spend more time with the customer, understanding the workflows, so that they can actually design new workflows with AI.
Thank you, Shekhar. You are, in other words, what you're telling is going back to the first principles of building product.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Swati, this is going to be interesting probably for the audience as well. Where do you see the biggest gap today? Right? You have a lot of data, you are understanding your average, cumulative average age of your students is 24-ish. So biggest gap today in terms of talent or capital or product thinking, infrastructure, or even, confidence. Where are you seeing that?
Yeah, so see, you have to understand that the bar of skills at which you have to graduate has suddenly gone up, right? When I went to Bain & Company, for the first 2 years, I was building these research reports. My partners or managers would tell me that, hey, can you just get this data, right? So there was a lot of work that you as a fresher or as an MBA fresh grad would do. Now those first 2 years of work is gone. ChatGPT or Claude can create that report, collate the 10 data sets you have to do, or build that financial model for you in 15 to 20 minutes. So suddenly, when I'm going and joining a company, I'm expected to perform at my third year, not the first year of being an analyst. Now, when that comes to you, then obviously the gap is not in their confidence or product thinking or whatever. The gap is just there because the bar has suddenly been, taken to a different level altogether, and we are struggling with first getting them to the bar that used to exist for earlier age, and then from there taking them 2 years ahead.
Thank you. Chetan, final question. How to build AI sovereign product? We all know the stories of Sarvam and all, but what is your lens in terms of building the AI governance based products? If there is a room for that, first of all, or just 1 or 2 products in the market are enough?
Okay, so maybe I'll just rephrase and sort of answer that, because I don't think I can answer what that governance will be.
From the trends, what you are looking at, the discussions that were coming in.
So I think, maybe this is just a view of what I have read from where India is trying to take this, is that I think there is definitely a desire to make the Rails an enabler, as I'll expand on that, right? So they've already got an India AI mission. The mission structure is basically built around ensuring that all grassroots AI work can sort of get access to what they need as building blocks. And to the extent possible, like where they're providing subsidized GPUs, that's one example. They're also trying to figure out funding collectives. So like there were some announcements, of course, that came during the summit, which was more pledges. So there were companies making pledges. There's already data center pledges by Google for Vizag and other places. So I think what they're trying to make sure is that if you invest in building the roads today, much like what they did with UPI, and then the fintech industry built on top of that and boomed. They don't need to create everything at the government level. So even when it comes to some governance itself, like there will be judicial cases which can be done then through using AI technology, but that's a use case again. So whether that happens in the governance space, whether that happens in the education space or the health space, they should run on an infrastructure which is scalable for the size and scale of a country like India. So I think the fundamental thinking is to build, but also simultaneously collaborate and export. So there's collectives and sort of groups that have been formed with Kenya, with Africa, so that we can rapidly iterate what they're doing. And I think one big play that I'd like to just mention here as an example is language. You know, we've not talked about voice or language right now so far, but that is so important when you talk about AI in the context of India, that are you able to not just build the product, but can you translate that in 22 languages that the folks who are going to use it in the national scale will use it, not just the English population. So I think a lot of sovereignty is also focused on white spaces, which perhaps are too small today for Anthropic or OpenAI to work on, although they are trying to give attention to India, just given the number of users, not so much currently, I think, the revenue potential. So I think that's where a lot of focus on the sovereign capabilities is currently. So people may have heard of a model called Bhashini. Basically, it's more of an application layer where you can use an API to you can even download it now on the phone and literally convert Gujarati to Marathi, Marathi to English, or any multi-way translation and speak into it. And that's built by the government of India. And it's free to access. They're figuring out how to put a meter on it eventually, but today it's free to access for any startup to use for providing that same product instantaneously nearly to all parts of the country.
Thank you, Chetan. We'll open up for 1 or 2 questions. We are already late. Just 1 or 2 questions if you guys have anything. Okay. Thank you once again. Thanks a lot. So, friends, we would be super duper happy in order to have you guys stay for some more time. And we are closing this off very soon. We will try, just give us 1-2 minutes more if you are okay. We have a bite from a very important person for many of us as well. If you guys can just give 1 or 2 minutes, we will do a quick final check. If it works, it's great. If not, then we'll call. Yeah. Just give us 1 to 2 minutes, please.
Hello to everyone gathered in Bangalore. I wish I could be there in person. I will actually be soon in India, but I couldn't arrive at this time. But I am so thrilled to welcome you all to this AI Leadership Forum. My deepest thanks to Falgun for hosting us, and to Vamsi, Palak, Colette, and Mohan for making this happen. This is our Kellogg Global Community in action. Kellogg's relationship with India runs so deep. I am so honored we have such an amazing relationship. We helped establish the Indian School of Business, and in fact, I will soon speak at their graduation. We collaborated with Indian companies on executive education. Today, India represents our largest population of students outside the US. And these students are amazing, are leaders in our community. I loved interacting with them. And India is at the forefront of the AI revolution. And you, the educators, the founders, the technologists, and the investors in this room are building the innovation that will shape our future. I feel very strongly that business schools have an important role to play. We must prepare leaders who can shape how AI is developed and deployed to create real value. That means teaching not just the technical skills, but the judgment and the ethics needed to lead in an AI-driven world. Having this community convene to explore these ideas, to have a meaningful discussion about these issues all together, is the kind of collaborative leadership the world needs. So thank you for being here and for showing what is possible when purpose-driven leaders come together. Enjoy the day, have a wonderful time, enjoy the forum. Bye-bye.
We all sincerely thank our Dean Corneli. She's been very sweet and she's provided her bite. Of course, next we are going to wind up this event, but before that, we just want to take just few more minutes to please call our sponsors for this event, without whom this particular event wouldn't have happened at all, to coordinate. I know the bishops and everything that is totally on us, but the sponsors have been very supportive in order to coordinate and make this event much better. But also, please, after this, we are going to have a networking dinner on the fourth floor of the same building. There are networking dinner, cocktails, whoever want to come, meet more people, have the conversations further, please do that. But before that, let's call sponsors over here. So let's first call Varun from Astra. Varun is also from the TVI. He's coming all the way and he sponsored this particular event. Yes. Varun, few words.
Good evening, everyone. I think we have more AI fatigue now. I don't want to talk more about AI. I just want to introduce my company here. What we are going after is we're going after the supply chain industry. We are building all the cool agents for the supply chain. We are live in enterprises. If you want to talk more, contact us for the demo. That would be good.
Thank you, Varun. Next, our next sponsor, let's call Kalyan. Kalyan, please come over from Serve HR from Hyderabad. Please give a bite.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kalyan Duva. I'm one of the founders of Serve HR Solutions. As we all, most of us know that the mid-size companies or founders or promoters don't fail because they are not ambitious. They fail because they can't handle people challenges. As they grow, the people practices become more chaotic. We believe that the startup entrepreneur or mid-size founder or a promoter should be able to drive the business with more confidence, clarity, and control. That is what we would enable among the companies with the purpose of integrating their service aspect and HR with an automation. How do we do that? Just by giving a tool to a startup entrepreneur or a mid-size promoter, it doesn't work. They need something total. So that's what we do at Serve HR. We don't just give them a HR tool and say that handle it. We have come up with a HR technology with a service integrated model. We are the remote first company in India where we are providing services with a subject matter expertise. How do we do that? We establish the HR process, we operationalize and we automate for these companies with an empowered HRMS web-based platform, mobile app, along with AI. So how do we offer that? We have a service SLA-based model where we have operationalized payroll, induction, leave and attendance management, and compliance with a technology platform. These are the basic essential aspects for any startup or a mid-sized organization to evolve and manage their people practices. That is what we have championed in last 4 years, where we are operating in different parts of the country today. and we have live clientele managing between 50 size employees to 1500 people size into varied industry segments like retail, manufacturing, and IT. So majority of the organizations who are looking for a technology with a operational support, they are looking forward for us and our kind of services. If you're looking with a technology with a operational and a subject matter expertise, ServHR is a one-point solution for HR services and technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kalyan. Let's call this guy who's come all the way from Belgium. He works with EU Commission, and he's also building something very interesting in the EV infrastructure world. Tarun, please give a round of applause. Tarun, let's keep it short.
Thank you, Vamsi. Good evening, everyone. So I'll talk more about TESL. What we do is we started in 2022. It's basically an electric vehicle charging infrastructure development company. When we wanted to be an aggregator, like a typical aggregator models that will help grow and so on. But in the heart of being an Indian, I was always worried about the community jobs and so on. So this is why we wanted to democratize the access to setting up the charging infrastructure, and thereby by giving SMEs the scale of the enterprises. That is what we do in India. And we also develop solutions for global markets, one of them being what we call aggregator roaming platform. And this is something we are offering globally to every country. We are present in India and Europe. We want to explore also outside in each country, and we are open for business partners if you or your friends are interested to pursue this. Of course, we have all AI also inbuilt, edge AI solutions, futuristic. I won't go into the details for now, but you can expect more innovation from TESL, from Bangalore.
Thank you, Tarun. All right. Okay, everyone. We have to call our another host, Falgun. He has coordinated all this. He has done a lot of effort. We have known a lot, and there is one invisible angel who's been there from day one, and that's Palak. Please give a round of applause for Palak. She's also a Kellogg alum, but she's been supporting everything from Evanston. And then we have another person that Falgun would be able to highlight. So Falgun, please come over.
We have been testing this since 4 o'clock. I don't know how that happened, but we were able to switch it to a different connection and it worked. I'm feeling sad that Prof had this issue. I'm really, really sorry, Prof. I tried everything, but I don't know, just that 5 minutes was bad. I'm sorry.
Anuj is speaking. Sorry, guys. So I think we are all winding up over here, but this has been a fantastic day, fantastic evening. Very, very sorry, Professor. This is, I don't know what to say. I'm not going to meet you after this. I'm not even coming. I'm not even looking at you. Please, let's have fun. Let's have some more fun. Let's go meet on the 4th floor of the same building. Falgun can get everyone. But before that, please give a round of applause for everyone who's been here. For all of you guys, people who have come from Chicago, the TVI, specifically our speakers who have taken all the time. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Swati. Thanks a lot, Chetan. Thanks a lot, Shekhar. And we also have another person. We are not able to take that at this particular point in time. Well, we need to give a round of applause to Anuj. Anuj, you guys are going to meet Anuj. He's an AI operator. There is more you're going to learn from him, and we're going to talk about, we all can have the conversations with him upstairs. And where is Archie, Archana? So Archana is Falgun's better half. He's nothing without her. So she's the one who's done all the work and she's just hiding all the time. No hard feelings, Falguni. I'm joking. Yeah, but thank you. Thanks everyone once again. Have a fantastic evening.